Hey there, strangers. It's time for another 2 p.m. BST Twitch stream. I'm your host, Strange Bro Jim, and today we are getting ourselves back into my development of the game GGG. Hey there, Lucas. Welcome back to the stream. So, today we're going to be continuing our fantastic art that I've been doing to build the game. Um, you'll have to excuse me. I got um, like a little canker sore in my mouth right at the moment. It's kind of causing me some problems. So you'll have to kind of forgive my little problems with my speech. So, okay. Oh, I'm seeing that I'm having some problems with my little chat box there. Hold on a second while I take care of a few things here. Come on. Work, you damn phone. Okay, there's that. Now let's go ahead and fix the chat box here. Keep the frame in place, but we're moving this over some. There we go. Lock that in place. There we go. Okay, so what game am I making? It is a uh, the intention is to be more of a real-time strategy uh, style game. If you've ever played the game Majesty, then um, I'm kind of basing it a little bit off of that game. Um, so um, if you've never played Majesty before, um, um, the uh, the design is that you're going to be playing as the humans on this changing map. The map is going to be um, the map changes per level, but not really the overall shape. So I have it as a triangle right at the moment. Oh God, man, so difficult to speak right at the moment. So apologies on that. Um, but the um, so you're going to be um, playing as a um, you know as basically a person kind of controlling the humans in the area, and depending on what level you're on, you're going to be attacked from 1 to 3 types of monsters. Um, yeah, no, it's okay, Lucas. I'm gonna need to talk anyway. I mean, it's a stream, so um, so um, so here, let me make sure everything's kind of up and running here. Get some of the normal applications that I use up and running. So Okay, there we go. So let's go ahead and bring this live here. Um, so there's going to be multiple different levels um, that the player is going to get through to try to eventually win the game or get to a point where um, they finish the last level, the most difficult level, and they essentially beat the game at that point. Um, the um, as the player continues, um, they are going to be collecting resources, setting up defenses, setting up um, hunters to try to protect their citizens. But while this is all going on, they don't have any direct control over their units. Hence the reason why I referenced the game Majesty. So um, now, for those of you that might not know of Majesty, let's go ahead and bring it up here a little bit. I can kind of show you a little bit of like the gameplay of it. So, um, you know, I've I enjoyed this game a lot. So, um, at some point in time, I'm thinking maybe I'll play this game for everybody on my stream at some point in time. But in the game of Majesty, you are building the buildings, okay, and you are purchasing heroes and putting up little um, flags around the map to basically tell your citizens or your heroes to do stuff that you kind of want them to do. But you don't actually control them outright. The artificial intelligence does. So if they get into a serious situation, the heroes might actually run away. So, um, so similar concept of what I'm planning on doing with this game. So, um, but needless to say, I don't have any kind of art training or anything along those lines, and the art assets that I have for the game so far is not what I want or not what I need to see. It just isn't enough for it. So right now, I can't hire anyone to do any of the work for me. So unless someone comes unless someone comes along and does it pro bono for me, or is willing to kind of um, be willing to um, share in some of the uh, will it be free? I'm I'm not planning. Well, okay. Uh, I don't know. With the amount of work that I've been putting into it, I'm thinking I'll just maybe. I'm not expecting to like bump it up to anything like $14 or anything like that. Seeing that this is my very first game that I'm developing, I'm thinking I'll just maybe like charge like $1 for it or something like that. Okay. So not much, if anything, um, because it will be like my very first attempt um, on the game. So, um, So the most that I would be able to say for anyone that might be willing to kind of join in the art development would be, I can we can kind of discuss, um, you know, a small percentage of the money made off of the game, which I'm not really expecting a lot. I mean, I can't. There's a lot of games being developed out there right now, so um, and sometimes games don't have that kind of um, outreach sometimes. So a lot of games just kind of fall through the cracks. So I'm hoping mine doesn't, but we'll see. Um, you can follow along on my development of this game. Um, I do. I don't really develop on. I'm trying to keep it as transparent as I can. So I only do the development for this game on Sundays, and you can follow along my development on my YouTube channel. I've been posting all my development there. Now, um, there have been some individuals that have come along that have helped me out with the game, and I have recorded down who they are. So at some point in time, when I do develop the credits for said game, I'll be including these two particular individuals because they helped me out quite a bit, or at least they gave me enough insight that to show what I was doing wrong at the time, that I felt that they deserve some amount of um, credit in the game. Otherwise, I'd be basically stuck where I'd still be kind of struggling on some of the um, some of the problems that I had with Unity. So, um, but right now, um, based on the uh, based on where I'm at with the game, the art assets aren't aren't good enough. Well, I mean, they are. Don't get me wrong. Okay, the art was designed by an artist, so I mean, they are good, but they aren't. Um, for the art assets that I can get for free right at the moment, they aren't filling in what I'm looking for the game. So right now I'm working on creating the sprites for the humans right at this moment in time, and then eventually I'll move on to the enemies. And I'll probably be um taking, you know, I'll probably be doing a lot of like copying and pasting or um, using some of the designs that I had for one to work on another. So you'll probably be seeing a little bit of similarity between it all. So as it is anyway. Well, here, let me show you. Uh, Now, bear in mind, okay, this is my work, so it's gonna be pretty bad. But I mean, for someone that's a programmer, I mean, who only does stick figures for the most part, you know. um, so this is what I got so far. for the humans. So um, right now I'm kind of working on the weapons for the warrior or the hunter version of the humans. So um, I mean, I would I would love for an actual artist to kind of come along and go, okay, let's work on this. But I mean, I got to make do with what I got. So, uh, the when you're developing a game, you have to wear many hats. I'm I'm putting on an artist hat to kind of handle it. So, but just to kind of show you where we're at in the game itself. So the map design is pretty much done. I probably want to redo some of the tiles to maybe change it around a little bit. Um, the uh, the center tile here and the enemy tiles that are going to be in the corners, they aren't representative of they don't represent what I want to show. I want to show some kind of city for each of these, in respective to their particular race. And obviously, these characters, while good placeholders, they aren't showing what I want to show for the humans in this case, and um, the designs aren't enough for the three different enemies that I want to show either. So, um, so for example, if you kind of look through the list of references here, the characters down below here are not great for like the ghouls, ghosts, and goblins that I want to show. So, um, I mean, obviously they're good for humans, um, and I might be able to kind of work with it a little bit, but the TC Characters Castle Pack just does not have everything that I need, and I already kind of looked through the other uh, asset packs for this, and none of them really kind of stood up to me um, for the other enemies. So I'm working on my own. So we have two weapons that the hunters will use. One for the ghouls and one for the ghosts. I think I had everything that I wanted to kind of do for the ghost weapon. I don't think there was anything else that I kind of wanted to do for it. So this will work for now. Now, what I wanted to do for the last weapon was a toss-up. And once again, I forgot to throw a poll up on my Twitter account to see what others would like to see. So, for the goblins, there wasn't any um, what I was the purpose of this is to kind of try to keep it fairly lighthearted, fairly silly. Um, kind of make it look similar to like a Plants vs. Zombies, if you've played that game before. Kind of art style, something that you look at and you don't really take too seriously. I mean, I could try to hire out someone that will, make things so gritty and realistic and the ghouls with like flesh hanging down or something like that. Um, I could go like full on realistic for it, but the reason why I'm trying to do it this way is that I do want to allow for the game to be kind of broad based. Um, I want everybody to be able to play it. So, um, kids through adults. That's the plan for the game. If I go like super like detailed and gritty and disgusting and that kind of thing, then um, we're probably going to be hitting uh, some problems with it getting out there into the gaming world. That we're probably going to hit that. Oh, you can't sell this to minors. You're going to only be able to sell it to teens or and above, that kind of thing. So I mm, I got to be careful with that. So um, okay, um, so the idea was to create weapons for the hunters that were against the respective monsters. So far, I got two for the ghoul, and one for the ghouls, one for the ghosts. Now I'm trying to figure out what I want to do for the goblins, and there's nothing that kind of stands out for the goblins as to what they are uh, particularly weak to. And I don't want to do like sword or or mace or something standard. I don't necessarily want to do that. I want this to kind of be able to stand out a little bit. I want it to be silly. Hence the reason why, we have a holy book to basically slap the ghouls around, and then we have our, proton pack facsimile that will also be used as a melee weapon against the ghosts. So I want to try to do the exact same thing with the goblins, but I'm not quite sure what will work with them. You know, um, I I was thinking like maybe bleach because I kept on reading about how they're smelly and disgusting and blah blah blah. So it'd be kind of funny if you basically take a bleach bottle and just kind of slap them around to clean them. But it would be well. I mean, designing the bottle might not be that difficult. Um, the I'm already kind of putting the risk on the holy being visible in the game. So, um, if you kind of goes super far out, you know like you can only see the characters so far. If you're not zooming in, you can't see that word very well. So you would have to kind of zoom in to maybe start seeing it. I mean, that's all well and good, but can you imagine what, if I try to actually put bleach on there? You know, I would need like a bottle the size of the human player himself or the human character themselves to, put the word bleach on there. So I gotta kind of. I was looking at that. I'm like, oh, probably not a good idea. So then I was thinking, okay, well, what else can work? Because they don't really have any kind of. Um, they're not like unholy creations, you know. Um, we already have something silly with the whole Ghostbusters theme already with the ghosts. Um, so what stands out about the goblins? And well, I wasn't really seeing much. So one thing that I was kind of seeing a little bit was that they like loved food or something along those lines, or they, just you know were like messy eaters or whatnot. So I was thinking maybe to use something like a frying pan or a spork. Hmm. But I wasn't quite sure if those would work, and if so, what would people like to see? Um, Frying pan's been used as a weapon in other games. Same as sport and the sporks, but um, maybe having I wanted to kind of stand out a little bit, so maybe designing a spork would kind of work. Hmm, not sure. Um, let's see. And what kind of design for it would kind of work as well? Hmm. Okay, so I'm personally kind of leaning more towards spork because that that to me kind of stands out a little bit more. It's something of a unique design. Um, you can't mistake it for anything else. Um, you know, well, I mean, frying pan is also something that you can't really mistake for anything else either. But um, I don't know. Um, so So how am I going to kind of design this a little bit? Hmm. Okay, so obviously we're going to be kind of working on this we're going to be trying to design where, like, you know, the hand and arm, or the arm of the individual is going to need to be able to grab all these without too much problems. Um, so first thing that we probably want to do is let's create like the handle. Hey there, Nikila, thank you. And thanks for very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I was super happy when I got that. So it the process finally got done like around midnight my time. So it was like, okay, I can't really be announcing this too much right now, but you know, uh, now it's just a matter of trying to make sure that I get everything set up for it. So uh, you know, I can't really afford much, so I can't really be uh, paying anyone for like the emotes or anything along those lines right at this point. So there's still a lot to be done for affiliate, and I feel like I'm kind of jumping into the deep end a little bit on it, but um, yeah, it's taken me a long time myself. Uh, it's taken me quite a long time myself. Being a variety streamer, uh, you know, you have the individuals coming in for the game specific, and if you're not like playing a popular game, then you get those individuals for those specific game slots, and that's it. And you have maybe a good popular day, and then you might have that day where no one else shows up. So it's like my average was kind of holding to like around a 1.5 for a long time. So, but finally got there. Finally got there. So, okay. So, we'll let's try. Let's see. We want to try to keep the curve of the spork a little bit. Maybe having some kind of circle or whatnot there, and then we will try to maybe get some points in here so that we can get the edges a little bit. So let's see. Let's switch that over to this. Now, let's see. We're going to need to add quite a few points in here, though. So let's see. So we're going to need to, let's zoom in a little bit here so that we can try to mimic this a little bit. Let's see. I'm going to do point in between those. So okay, now do this exact thing, same thing over on this side here. There we go. And now let's see about trying to simulate this in some fashion. So if I do this, oh, let's go ahead and try to make it curved a little bit. Oh, damn it, come on. Bring this in here a little bit. Let's go ahead and do that. This is looking like a really bad spork right at the moment. Okay, let me see if I can clean this up a little bit. Because, oof. Okay, let's see. Okay. Hmm. Let's see. I mean, obviously that's, I'm gonna need to kind of clean that up a little bit more. Maybe make the, oops. What happened there? I think when I switched to the other color because the book was highlighted, it, there we go. There we go. All right. Let's see. I want to try to define this a little bit more here. Make it a little bit more pronounced. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Let's go ahead. Now let's. Try to keep it fairly uniform here. Let's see. make the, trying to make it look a little bit more rounded on here. So, have the very straight edge, coming from the point up here going on down, and then have a little bit more curve to it. But I might need to, let's see. Okay. So how are we doing here? Maybe I need to make these a little bit wider. We got this one kind of coming in a little bit with a interior slant there. Don't really want that. There we go. Want to try to have that straight, coming straight on down, and then the curve. But that puts these guys kind of out of off center. I guess that will do for now. Let's go ahead and make sure that our points there are still on the same kind of y-axis there, so we can make sure that they're all kind of uniform for the most part. Okay, go ahead and save this for now. See, let's go ahead and zoom out a little bit. See how does that look on the wide. I mean, it works. I mean, I don't really have a 3D effect that I can do on that. I mean, if I had a little bit more knowledge of Inkscape, then I could probably try to put like a um, a gradient kind of spot right there to kind of show a little bit more of a 3D perspective to it. Basically you look at this image, for example, and you can kind of tell the outer edge has a little bit of a darker tone to it, whereas the interior has a lighter tone, meaning that light is kind of able to kind of reach the interior a little bit better than the edges. The light source itself is more like a overhead than anything else. So you don't have as much light hitting the edges as what you would have in the center. So um, now if you had like lights on all sides, then you wouldn't have this kind of problem overall. So, um, same with this. I mean, here you can kind of see that, there's like two different light sources on that. So, um, but I'm not quite sure how to really get a gradient here on this without too much hassle. So I think I'm just gonna leave it there for now. So we want to kind of put this in the center here. So let's go ahead and align and distribute. We're going to center it in the page so that we can be able to kind of keep the handle pretty much dead center of the spork here. So, which should be pretty much lined up with the center here for the most part. So, for example, if I was to do that, I mean that's pretty much straight on. So, pretty much. I mean, it's not perfect, but it works. So, let's go ahead and take both of these, and then we will do the union between the two. So now we have a spork. So let's see. Now, a lot of these sporks have a rounded edge, or I mean, some of them do, some of them don't. A lot of them have this hole in them, which is interesting. Basically, you can kind of hang them up somewhere if you really wanted to. So, um, should I add a little curve at the very end of this fork or not? Shall I put a point in between here, and then we will take this make it a rounded, just kind of increase and just kind of make it a little bit of a rounded edge on this. Does that look good? And it's not bad. I don't really want it to be just a gray sport though. I want it to kind of stand out a little bit. I want to put a little bit of color into it. Shall I make it like aqua blue? Let's see. And it's pretty big weapon right at the moment. But at the same time, I mean, it stands out. The color is unique. Will I be having a problem with the green with a green background though? Let me check on that real quick. So if I was to basically take this down, we'll create like a green background-ish. Kind of difficult to kind of see. So if I was to kind of move this around, then that might cause a problem. People might not really see it as well. Maybe I need to make it a little bit darker. That stands out better. Let's see, what if I change this into a darker green? Okay. Still kind of okay on this. I was just thinking blue because of this one right up here, but maybe I should try a different color, something that might kind of cause a little bit more silliness, or just kind of add to the um, you know, uh, add to overall silliness of this. I mean, there's plenty of colors to choose from, so um, probably don't want to get. I probably don't want to do purple because with the, it doesn't really work very well with the flesh tones. Yeah, I mean, yes and no. Yellow definitely stands out. And you're not going to get it confused with any other items other than like the pickaxe, but the sheer size of it alone is good enough to make it stand out a little bit. Um, hmm. Let's see. I'm not quite sure how to get a um, like a gradient spot to kind of work on the um, to kind of work in Inkscape. I haven't really used gradient all that much, but maybe I should add one just um, to kind of make it stand out a little bit more, to make it feel a little bit more 3D than what it is, because it's just flat object right at this moment in time. I mean, I'm still trying to simulate a 3D effect with the handle here on the tools, for example, and same thing with the with the gun portion, So there's 3D illusions going on right at the moment. So, um, but I don't really know if trying to do this is a little bit more difficult. So let me see if I can maybe try to add a slight gradient effect to it and see what I can do there. So, um, let's do a search here. Inkscape gradient spot. Hmm. 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 That um, form there was quite several years old, so I'm gonna have to. I want to make the assumption that they've kind of worked on that since and made it a little bit easier, one would think. Um, hmm. Okay. That's not what I wanted to do here. Hmm. Let's see. Hmm. Just want to kind of pinpoint a gradient, and that's it. Hmm. Not what I want either. Hmm. No, that's not what I want either. How can I... Just trying to hold down shift, thinking that that might actually be able to produce, something similar to this, but that wasn't really what was going on. Hmm. So let's see. Um, okay. That's not really giving me what I'm looking for. How are they able to get the spot on the circle there? Maybe it's based off the different number of stops. So if I was to do this, that, and say like another, oh, come on, what the heck? Can I not create like another one? Okay, double clicking doesn't really work. No, that doesn't really work either. When I double click right there, it automatically selects this, which doesn't really work for me. Ah, darn. How do I go ahead and draw a slight gradient on this? How can I create another like node on here? No. Oh, that might be the problem. Okay. Okay, well, I got the radial, but I want the exact opposite of it. So if I hmm, no, no, that doesn't really work. That doesn't really work either. Okay, nothing there. Hmm. Hey there, Lucy. Lucas, how you doing there, bud? Hmm. Okay, so let's see. Sorry that I'm not talking all that much. I'm still kind of, you know, don't really want to talk too much, but uh, it's one of those it's one of those problems when you're streaming. It's like you want to talk so you can be engaging to everybody, but at the same time, you know, uh, you know, I'm the. I mean, you could still be mute and still be engaging. Maybe. I mean, people have done it before, so I mean, it's not impossible, but it's just makes things a little bit more difficult when you're trying to develop something like this. Hard to kind of convey your message across quickly. Hmm. Okay, so if I was to select yellow for that, and then we go to this one, and we go with a kind of whitish color, then now we have a little bit more of a circle on that. So, hmm. See, do I want it to be complete white, or do I want it to be, like a slight yellowish? Probably a slight yellowish to kind of not make it like a complete white. But, I mean, that kind of works, right? Yeah, I think that works. I think that works. Okay, so we have ourselves our spork. And it looks like it's all kind of grouped together anyway right at the moment, so I'm not like causing any kind of problems with moving portions of the spork around. So there we go. So we have all of our tools. The 4 necessary for resources. The axe for the forest. The bucket for the holy water. Pickaxe for the mithril. And then the other pickaxe for the sunstone. And then, of course, we have the hammer for just building barricades. At least that's the intention. Then, of course, you have the 3 different weapons based off of the different monsters that we will be fighting. One for the ghoul, one for the ghost, and one for the goblins. So, alright. I think we're good for the most part on this. I mean, it's going to look silly. Yeah. But that's the whole purpose of this. Now we get into the difficult part, the arms and the hands. Um, now, if you've ever, okay, I know just by like a relative experience, just by kind of watching like other animators and other like discussions about it. From what I understand, I could be completely wrong here, but hands are typically one of the more difficult portions of the human body to kind of get right. Um, it's one of the reasons why um, animators sometimes only use like 3 fingers or something like that, or they might just kind of go with the whole you know um, mitt kind of look to a hand. Just trying to draw all 5 fingers to a hand can be difficult from what I understand. Um, Now let's face it, if you're like looking at the human body, there's always going to be some difficult body part there. You're probably going to have um, some problems with. I've just heard that hands tend to be one of those that a lot of artists tend to have some difficulty with. I could be completely wrong on that. Maybe I'm just, you know, um, um, maybe I just heard that from one particular artist and that's about it. You know, I don't really know, but um, obviously um, take what I say with a grain of salt. Um, I'm not an artist. I haven't really studied too much when it comes to artistry, so um, I've had like one or two art classes, and that was just to kind of get my um, degree in gaming. So it was animation. So um, but uh, from what I understand, hands tend to be a difficult um, they tend to be fairly difficult to work on for the most part because you want to try to get the proportions of them correctly and the like. So, uh, see what I mean by, you know, not drawing out all five fingers or anything along those lines. You know, trying to make them kind of stand out can be problematic. So some artists just kind of not deal with it. They just kind of draw, you know, uh, fairly simple designs overall to get the job done. You know, not to kind of design all the fingers for a hand. So um, so I know that it can be a little difficult to process a little. Like I said, I could be completely wrong. You know, maybe everybody thinks that maybe the hands are like one of the easiest things, but I've thought I've seen people kind of talk about how the um, hands tends to be one of the more difficult body parts to kind of be able to draw out for the most part. So um, the other um, the other thing that I don't really want to do is draw out like the big beef arm. I talked about this about 2 weeks back, I believe. So um, one of the examples that I brought up was an old animation series that's still kind of going on, I believe. It's been a while since I've watched anything from it, but um, um, so this is what I mean by big beefy arms. I don't necessarily want to have anything along those lines. So, um, but I might need to do something similar. No, similar to a fault. Meaning that I want to still kind of make it somewhat defined. Um, but not like super defined, you know. Um, so I want to try to get more towards like these kind of arms a little bit than anything else. You can't really see it very well, can you? But um, so yeah, okay. Um, oh, I need to use the restroom here real quick, so give me 1 second. I'll be right back, okay? Okay, sorry about that, folks. Alright, I'm back. So we're gonna start working on the arms a little bit, and obviously I don't necessarily want to create, the big beefy arms or anything along those lines. So we're gonna need to figure out how to draw an arm and then a hand. So let's see. We're gonna want to. We're probably gonna be needing about 2 different style of arms. One with the flesh tones and one with the red shirt, maybe? Okay, so first thing that we want to do is, these are pretty much cylinder shaped for the most part, so if I do, here, first off, let's get rid of this, don't really need that anymore. Let's go ahead and create two boxes for the most part. We'll go ahead and just kind of color them flesh tone for now. So let's go ahead and copy this. Then we'll kind of rotate it a little bit so that we have kind of a similar, like the elbow of it, of the arm. That's pretty long of an arm though. Let's go ahead and shorten this down a little bit. Oh wait. There we go. Okay, now if we take both of these and kind of put it up here. I mean, that's not too bad. I mean, it's a little, the arm itself is fairly long for the body of the human. Like if you put your hands to your sides, where does it kind of go towards your legs? Or it goes past your, let's see, spork's done, so we don't need to worry about that. And body standing. Okay, so okay, so yeah, the hands can go past the, I guess, the pelvic region of the body. So I mean, this isn't too bad. Hmm. Let's see. I think I want this a little bit smaller. Not by much, just a little bit. We'll go ahead and get rid of this. We'll create a duplicate. Rotate it again so that we can kind of allow for the elbow joint again. And now take both of these and that's not bad. That works. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to make two separate arms here. Okay. We're going to make one that will work with the red shirt, and one that will just kind of. Or actually, hold on. What I want before I do that, let me go ahead and try to make a little bit more definition to the arms a little bit. Meaning that what I want to do is change these to the object path, and then what we're going to do is we're going to add a little bit more definition to the arms. Not much, just a little. Same thing with these two. And we're going to take this one, do the exact same thing. We're going to add a point to both of these. Okay, now, typically, you have a little bit of a little bit of curve there, so I don't need to have much of a curve, just a little. This one right there, we can have it a little bit larger. And here, what's going on here? All right. Take this one, we're going to just make it slightly, just, typically this portion of the arm, when you're looking at the human body, has a little bit more definition for the most part, or more mass. You have a little bit more, I guess, a lift. The, I don't know the name of the muscle here, so it just allows for a little bit more lift than the muscles in your forearms. So we're just gonna make these just a little bit of a curve, and that's about it. So now when we add these two together and we do a union between the two, oh, that's, well, oh, 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 oh. There we go. So now we have ourselves an arm that we can then kind of take wherever we want to throw it, and we can just kind of angle it however we want to either. Um, so now we want to create a little bit more we want to create that hand, and we want to do it in such a way where I know that it will be able to kind of fit around the handle for each of these without too much difficulty. So how am I going to go about doing that though? It looks like the right size, but now I need to kind of define it a little bit more. Let's see. Okay, how to draw hands 101. Yeah, probably not the best expert on this, but we can at least give it a shot here. So let's go ahead and break this into the object path. Now what we're going to do is we're going to do something similar to what we did with the spork a little bit, but this time we're going to be trying to draw the fingers, and obviously it's going to be a little bit more gonna try to simulate the five fingers a little bit, but keep them fairly close to each other so I don't like leave any kind of major gaps or anything like that. Just enough so the player can kind of see the definition of the hand and not worry too much about what the heck it is. So, um, so what we're going to do is we're going to need to create a couple of points here for the thumb. So try to simulate So we want the curve to kind of, you know, the fingertip to kind of still kind of go out like so. So what we want to do is we want to add a couple more points in here so that I can kind of stretch this out, and then I can kind of define the thumb a little bit. So let me kind of plan out what I'm going to do here. So first thing we want to kind of try to get the initial shape of the outside of the thumb. Then we're going to kind of create the edge there. Then what we're going to want to do is create another point here so that we can kind of create like a little bit of a rounded tip to the thumb for the most part. There we go. So a little bit of some really hard edges right at the moment, so let's see if we can try to work on these a little bit more. Okay. Here we go. I mean, it works. We have ourselves our first thumb. The size of the thumb, though, is actually fairly small in comparison, though. If I'm going to be doing, you know, the full hand looking like this, it's not exactly ideal. So I might want to try to work on like getting the size of the thumb to be a little bit larger overall. Or maybe just the size of the hand itself needed to be kind of adjusted. Yeah. Alright, so let's go ahead and work on the fingers. I mean, obviously, I could probably put a little bit of like a slight definition between these two. Like, I'll add, you know, slight, like, oh, hold on. Just like that. Bring out a little bit so that we have a little bit of a round kind of curve going on to get to the, you know, to the first finger, the index finger. So now let's go ahead and create ourselves a lot of different fingers here. So okay, so so if I bring that one in, that's going to be the middle finger. Ring finger going. Probably gonna have a little bit of difficulty here trying to make sure that everything's kind of well-rounded for the most part. It's one of the reasons why I mentioned the fact that hands tend to be fairly difficult to draw out. Let's see. So I'm going to be kind of making all these points kind of rounded, obviously, because I'm going to be, they're not going to be sharp edges. Ooh, hello. Let's not do that. Um, hmm. Okay. Not really doing that great right at the moment because there's still too many fingers here, and or there's not enough points to work with here, so we need to add another one there. Bring you on down there. Middle finger is a little bit longer for the most part. We have a bit larger of a thicker. Then if you look at your fingers, the index and the ring finger typically are about the same, give or take. Okay, so I mean that's not bad. Could be better. See, if I do something like this, how's that looking? Okay. I'll try to add a little bit more curve to the thumb a bit. Oh, gotta be careful. I don't want to have like overlapping lines a little bit. Okay, let's see. Reduce down the size of the Our thumb there. Okay, so let's go ahead and save it here real quick. Now, we ourselves our hand here. Each, we're good on the handles for the most part. We can be pretty good on the bucket. See, the spork, we're still good. Let's see. Oh, 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 don't do that. Let's see, let's go ahead and change the shape of that. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, and for the holy book, very good. Oh, this one might be a little problematic based off of how large the book is compared to the hand. Maybe increase the hand size a little bit more. But that's really large hands. Okay, hold on. How does it look in comparison to the arms? Super large. That'd be quite hilarious to have. And I'm I'm now looking at it. I'm like, I mean, the the body and everything is already kind of looking fairly misshapen. Let's have a little bit more of a curve to these guys. Okay. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna take this real quick. Oh, damn it. I almost forgot. I wanted to draw the arm, or I wanted to draw this portion right here as a shirt first before I did the work um, on the forearm, so that I could get the shirt here. Well, crap. Okay, so what I'm gonna do in this case, I'm gonna copy this, and we're gonna cycle back through everything that I did, and we're gonna get to a point where I was already kind of doing some work on the arms. I don't know how. Okay, there's that. I'm going to paste the hand in. Now what we're going to do is, I pasted a hand in because I wanted to copy this and paste another portion of it so that we can have um, the one arm for the hunter and one arm for the construction worker. So we're going to go to this one. We're going to go ahead and color that into that. We're going to pop it up front a little bit more. So now we can do a union between the two. And that didn't really work the way I wanted it to work, though. The union picked a primary color between the two, and that basically ruined the t-shirt of it all. Maybe I should just kind of leave it like that. Well, I know that these two were good for the union, so I'm gonna go ahead and take care of that real quick. And zoom on down to this point here, make that a little bit more rounded. There we go. Create that little elbow-ish for the arm. Now let's go ahead and come on over here. Let's see. We're going to I want it to be fairly flat for the most part to kind of simulate the sleeve. So see, what I want to do is I want to try to create a point that's fairly close to the the elbow joint, the interior portion here. I don't know what this particular point on the body is. Not the elbow itself, but the interior. There's obviously there should be a medical term for it. I just don't know it offhand. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create some points that are fairly centered of it, which, I mean, that was actually really good. I was expecting the point to be more out here a little bit more, but okay, this works. Thank you. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, and we're going to kind of make it a little bit more rounded and straight for the most part. Take this. Oops, that's a little too much there. Okay, Lucas, no problem there, bud. Enjoy your bath, and I'll catch you next time, okay? Okay, let's see. So now, if we kind of back up a little bit, now we have kind of a short sleeve kind of a shirt with the forearm kind of showing. So now we have the arm for the hunter and arm for the construction worker. So now we can just take this, the hand, copy it, we'll paste it, and we will go ahead and allow for it to merge onto both arms there. Okay, we're just going to go ahead and group these two together. Now, one might be asking, well, Jim, why don't you do the union with the wrist and the arm? Well, I want it to be specifically known that this is the hand, meaning that there is a wrist to it. So it gives that illusion of 3D. Not by much, but it does. So let's do the exact same thing over here. So now we take this and we'll group that. So now I'll be able to take both of these and move them there and there. Now I'm looking at this, and the red here isn't really standing out as much as it really needs to, meaning that the stroke for the forearm here isn't that much, so it's kind of blending in with the background just a little too much. As you know, you zoom on out and it's looking like the hand is basically sprouting from this guy's waist, pretty much. Not exactly something that I want to show. So we're going to need to either change the color of the sleeve so it stands out a little bit more, or we're going to need to make the stroke a little bit larger so that you can clearly see where the sleeve is. So let's go ahead and ungroup again. Now do the stroke style, point. Make this a little bit more defined here. Oops, that's a little too much. A little too much there. Okay, I mean, that's a little bit better. Yeah, that should kind of be able to, yeah, you can kind of see that a little bit better. Not by much, but I mean it's better. So, oops. Okay. So we'll take this, group it back up again, and now we have ourselves the arm. Okay. Now, now that we have the arms of these individuals, we'll be able to, um, put the weapons and like in their hands and be able to kind of, try to do the animations for them a little bit more. Now, it might not work as intended. Like for example, let's kind of take this for example. So I'm going to kind of swing. Uh, we'll do the swing from here, and you'll notice that the range isn't that large from this point. Obviously, based off of the angle, I'm gonna have to kind of adjust the arm, ever so slightly um, based off of where they are. But um, when you put on the um, when you put a tool in the hand, or even like the weapon here, the range isn't that great, to the point where I think the body might be a little too large for the weapons. So will that work? I'm not sure. It might add to the silliness factor. Basically, like this guy looks like he's actually hit himself, but when in fact he's able to, like chop down trees and hit the various monsters. I don't know. Um, might not look all that great, but I mean, I don't necessarily want to make the arm ridiculously huge. The body looks silly enough. So, hmm. See, even with a spork here, it doesn't look like you got the range for hitting anyone right at the moment. So if I was to take both of these, for example, put them down here, then we will say we group these two together here. Now if I you do this swinging motion, you're not going to be um, you're not going to be hitting that much to it. So I don't know. I don't know what to say about this in particular. Hmm. Hmm. So, I mean, will this work? I mean, I guess. I don't know what else to really say about it. I mean, unless I, take the full arm and suddenly like go outside the body and start smacking the enemies, beyond the body, which obviously really um, makes someone like, wait, what? How's this guy able to take his arm and move it out here, to hit someone over the head with it? you know, what happened to the shoulder? That kind of thing. Um, so I gotta kind of be careful with that. Um, but for the most part, I really don't want to work on this more than I absolutely have to now. I mean, I've done everything that I really wanted to do with the human for the most part. Obviously, there is still quite a bit of work for me to kind of do on this. Um, as you can tell, I named it human prototype. Um, so I'm doing this in such a way where I'll be able to um, swap in and out of everything that I kind of wanted to do and be able to animate these bodies a little bit. Like, hey, I want to smack someone. So you're currently in like this kind of position, and then first frame, you uh, bring it slightly back, then a little bit further back, then you bring it back to, heading um, towards the enemy, and then of course you bring it on down to try to smack them. So, um, and you can pretty much do that for the other two weapons as well. Same thing with the regular tools. Okay. So I think for the most part, I'm pretty much done with the human prototype. So what I'm going to do now is I want to create um, um, the enemies. So what we're going to do is we're going to think what I'm going to do is I want to do a complete I don't want to if I copy this, moved it to a new file, that's like, Goblin prototype, for example. I don't really need these eyes, nose, the hair, I don't really need this kind of stuff for the goblins, for example. So a lot of it would be pretty much kind of repeating what I already um, hmm. I'm gonna need to there's a lot of things that I need to do for affiliate, and I need to get I'm gonna need to figure out how to kind of work that out. Sorry, I got kind of a little bit of sidetracked here, but since I got affiliate from last night, I'm gonna need to figure out how to handle the channel points, what to call them, figure out what kind of emotes that I want. Now, I'm not like my other um, team members. A lot of them are going towards the VTuber. I don't really have any kind of interest on that. Um, you know, I've spent all this time being who I am, so um, um, I don't necessarily want to hide behind a persona. Um, some people do, and that's perfectly fine for them. More power to them. If they're if they're interested in that, um, then they are welcome to it. I just don't really feel comfortable with that. I mean, there's okay, so I've done my fair share of role playing games before. Okay, um, you know the if you're not familiar with role playing games, it's basically you can create a character, you create the personality of said character, and you basically go on an adventure with said personality and character. Okay, that's really basic um, overview of what role playing is all about. Okay, various different themes, various different battles, and so on and so forth, but it's all pretty much the same. Okay, um, your your game master determines what you're going to be doing. Okay, um, now it's fun to do that kind of persona for a short period of time. Okay, get that. Um, you think of it like an actor kind of thing. You're getting into that character, and you're kind of you know um, you're feeling a little bit more free to do what that personality is all about, kind of thing. And some people might find that very liberating. Okay, and there's nothing wrong with that, as long as you don't like lose yourself to that kind of character, that kind of persona of it. Okay, you don't lose who you are. Okay, if you get into a point where the character is who you are, then there's a problem there. Um, you know, uh, like for example, you know, actors they have um, sometimes when they get really engrossed in the characters, studying them, acting how they might feel and stuff like that. Sometimes that kind of boils over into their everyday life, and sometimes those characters can be really hurtful in some fashion or another. Okay, and some actors have kind of mentioned the fact that they have gone so far into their roles that they've kind of been a danger to others in certain situations. Uh, um, I don't really want that to happen. I mean, you're seeing who I am, and that's perfectly fine for me. That's the reason why I don't really want to get into being a VTuber. I don't necessarily want to. I, I don't really see a need to create um, a character. That's all. That's just me. So Um, like I said before, if people want to, create their virtual avatars, more power to them. Um, you know, if that is what makes them comfortable to be able to stream, then do so. I mean, don't let um, anything that allows for you to kind of break out of your comfort zone a little bit to kind of be able to speak openly on a platform that thousands of people can see you on, then I mean that can be daunting for a lot of people, and I can understand them wanting to hide a little bit of themselves away from that viewpoint. Um, I find it fun when I play a game with said persona, and role playing game and so on and so forth. But mm, playing games online and programming isn't a character. This is me, and I don't necessarily want to cover that up. That's all. So, um, but the reason why I bring this up is because um, the folks that have the VTubers, the characters, their their um, their virtual identities, um, they've commissioned individuals to uh, make their virtual avatars, and it makes it a little bit easier to create emotes from, well, I say a little bit easier because the emotes are basically taking their um, their virtual identities and kind of scaling them down so that you can, and obviously changing up facial expressions and like to allow for those emotes. Okay, it allows for a little bit of an easier time for that for the most part. I don't have an avatar, so trying to make an emote is not, I'm not sure what I can really kind of do with that. Maybe I can just kind of create some um, like some Batman logos or something like that, or something. Not sure. Hey, Lucas, welcome back. I'm kind of talking a little bit about the emotes for the affiliate. I get a couple of when you hit affiliate, you're able to have some emotes that you can have available to users, and that users can kind of unlock when they go into the like the tier subscriptions and the like. And I was just trying to brainstorm as to maybe what I can kind of use for said emotes, but I'm not sure. And obviously, I don't want to be using someone else's emotes. I mean, um, that's a little messed up. Don't want to do that. So I'm gonna have to try to figure out what I want to do to create that. So I don't know. But okay, so our human character is pretty much done though. There's really nothing more that I want to make or build or do with this particular prototype. Obviously, I'm going to need to use this in order to create animations. Um, and I'm going to need to do animations for every single last one of the tools, and walking in specific directions, and them attacking, and their facial expressions, that kind of thing. So, um, but we'll kind of hold off on that for now. What I want to do is we'll go ahead and switch this over to our other um, to our other to our enemies, so that we can kind of create their little avatars, and yeah. So yeah, I don't think I really need to. I don't necessarily want to keep the body type for the humans and kind of duplicate it. I mean, I could take this and duplicate it for the ghouls, goblins, and ghosts, but maybe not. Maybe not. I want I want these guys to kind of stand out differently uh, from the goblins and the like. So, or I want them to kind of stand out from the enemy characters. So if I make them similar shapes and the like, then the human player is just going to be like looking at this and going, okay, is this a human, or is this one of the enemy characters? And I don't want to necessarily do that for them. I want them to kind of be able to kind of stand out from each other, so that they go, oh, okay. So, let's see. Hmm. All right. We still have the holy pool to fix up too. Hmm. Okay. Oh. Um. Okay. Now you might be wondering, Jim, what are you doing with this template? Well, I'm doing this kind of template thing just to keep the size of the icons to be, of a certain size, so that when I do bring them eventually into the game of GGG here, that they won't kind of go beyond the um, and go beyond the boundary of the hex and the hex tiles. So I want the characters to kind of be able to take care of itself, not go beyond the edges. So you know, like for example, this animation is going beyond the edges um, of the tiles themselves, and obviously I don't necessarily want that, you know. So, you know, originally um, you know, this character right here, you know, they had, you know, it was at some points where it was like, you know, hey, this guy's super large or something like that. It's like, no, not what I want. So I gotta kind of be careful with that. So that's the reason why I have the size being the way it is, so that they, um, so when I do eventually put them on the hex tiles, you know, they're of the right size. So, I mean, obviously, if I wanted to, I can always just say, hey, you know, we're making this guy huge, you know, blah blah blah. But yeah, no. Okay, so let's go and goblins. What do I want to draw first? Hmm. Let's see. What do I want to do for these kind of characters? I haven't really pictured in my mind what they look like. That's why it's the the human prototype is looking the way he does. You know the eyes, the hair, the nose, so on and so forth. It's always I'm just kind of making something simple and something fairly easy to replicate for the most part. But did I imagine the characters to be looking exactly like this? Well, no. um, but um, I needed to be able to uh, create them in such a way where they looked silly, and I could change how they look, depending on the situation and the like. So, okay. So how am I going to do the exact same thing with the three enemies? What are they going to look like? how are they going to look like? Um, the Now, thankfully, with the enemy, I don't necessarily need to worry too much about what they're going to be carrying for the most part. For example, um, you see, I'm not really needing any kind of major changes to them. See what there's there's what I call the standard monster, which obviously, um, you, the look outfit, what have you, is going to be pretty much the same for all of them. And then of course we have the trapper in my, what I call the trapper, in that they will place down, some kind of object or whatnot that will attract the humans in some fashion or other. Like maybe they put down some kind of um, cake or some money or um, or some kind of like maybe gold statue or something along those lines. I'm not sure. I don't know what I want to do with, you know, how the trapper sets down its trap, but it's kind of meant to, uh, you know, to be able to have the humans kind of come along and go, oh, hey, this looks nice. I'm going to go over and grab it. And, once they're like engrossed in said object, whatever it might be, like the birthday cake, for example, um, then say like the ghost comes out of hiding, picks the human up, and walks back to his base. Okay, that's the idea of them. I don't think I really want the hunter because um, so the the concept of the enemy having a hunter is allowing for the enemy to kind of hunt down the your human characters, and it's like, okay, well, you know, standard is already doing that in some fashion. Trapper is kind of laying out a trap for said humans. What is hunter going to do? I pretty much covered all my bases for this, so the only thing that I can come and that comes to mind is, we have human hunters that are going against, or that are trying to fight against each of these monsters. But if I create a like a ghoul hunter, then will that mean that the ghoul hunter will be able to hunt down the human hunters? Do they kind of cancel each other out? You know, um, what kind of weapons would the ghoul hunter have, for example? Um, and it gets into um, it feels like that might be a little too much for what I'm aiming for in the game. That might be adding a little too much complication to make problems for the human player. In the sense that um, if the human player you know is able to create a human hunter, and suddenly it gets taken away by, the enemy that they were trying to hunt, then the player themselves are going to be looking at that and going, well, what am I supposed to do? And I don't necessarily want that to happen. I want to give them a fighting chance. So if their hunters are being destroyed by, the enemy hunters, then how do you handle the enemy hunters? Do they just kind of cancel each other out? Do the humans win out over the enemy hunters for the most part? Like they go into like a battle, and one on one, the human hunter will defeat one of the enemy hunters. What happens if there's more than one enemy hunter? Well, then that would mean that the human hunter is gone. Does it take out one of the enemy hunters that way? I don't know. So I don't know if I want to add that level of complexity into the game as of yet. Um, Now, if later down the road, like, there's the I let's see, think I did like a little category or something like that about like stretch goals or whatnot for the game. Um, I think. Um, I could see that kind of look and feel to it being added as a potential stretch goal. Adding a little bit more challenge um, to the human player. Maybe I add it in if they want to go with like a hard difficulty. I don't know. That's the problem. There's a lot of potential balancing that I'm gonna need to be doing anyway in the future. And do I want to add in the hunter to cause some amount of balance, even more balancing issue? So, um, can the human win out versus the hunter? Um, which kind of reminds me of uh, um, I don't know if anyone's kind of watched it, but the the game Get Over It by Bennett Foddy. If you listen to some of his statements in there, um, he talks about how you know his design of the layout. Um, he he talked about is the layout too difficult, or is it just a problem with me? Like, am I just having a problem with it because I think that it's too hard? So um, so we'll have to kind of see. Um, we'll have to kind of see later on down the line as to whether or not I want to implement that. Balancing issues. Um, if it gets hard for me, maybe it's easier for someone else. I mean, there's always that potential. Someone might get this game and think that it might be like the easiest game ever. I mean, that's always a possibility. Um, they might find no difficulty in it whatsoever, and my attempts to try to balance might have been balanced for me, but not balanced for someone else. So, um, like for example, um, Warcraft 3 for anyone that has ever actually kind of played that game. The very last mission where you're, well, spoilers if anyone has never actually played the game, but the very last mission, you're basically faced off against the demons, and you are playing, um, what was it, like three different races at that point in time to try to hold off against the demon horde. And it's like, it was really difficult when I played it. Um, but there were others that were able to finish it. So, so what might be difficult for me might be easier for others. So that's where I'm. That's why the whole balancing of the game comes into play. Um, so eventually, when I do get it to a point of being able to hand it out for like an alpha or a beta download or whatnot, then I'll need to kind of take in that criticism and see what others have to kind of say about it. See, um, you know, do they find the game too easy? Do they find the game too hard? Um, it might be super easy for me, so therefore I might bump up the difficulty myself, and that might make things, it all depends uh, on balance, okay, on game balance. It's something that every kind of game developer has to kind of face. You know, um, I remember um, we developed I was part of a game studio at one point in time, and we were designing a game that was kind of built um, for children for the most part. Maybe teens, but for the most part, the game was focused more on children. So I remember they brought some kids in to test out the game, see what the kids thought about the game, studied what the kids were having some amount of problems with, um, and then they figured, okay, we're going to need to kind of change this game in some fashions or another to make it a little bit easier in certain areas and the like. And uh, one of those was um, the kids were getting lost in the level. They didn't know where they needed to go for the next portion of the mission. So, uh, I teamed up with uh, the president of the company, but he was also doing coding himself. Um, and he developed a system that basically showed where the next mission was located at, where they needed to kind of go to talk to the next person to open up the next mission. So I was kind of working with him to kind of get that working for the kids, and obviously that helped out a lot for them. So so same kind of deal. If the game turns out to be super hard based off of what I do right now, I may not want to put in the hunters. Or maybe I find the game to be super easy. Then maybe I might want to put in the hunters in there. You see what I'm saying? So, can we play for together sometime? Also, this game sounds fun so far. Well, thank you for the fact that you're liking the concept of the game. Um, I have no problem playing Terraria at some point in time with other players. I Once I get to a point of the game where I'm kind of um, a little bit more confident in what I'm doing, then like I said, I'll open it up for multiplayer on that. So, matter of fact, um, maybe I'll do a couple hours in my little celebration stream that I plan on doing. We'll see. But keep an eye out for that. So, um, now you might be wondering, the celebration stream, what are you talking about there, Jim? Well, with the fact that I got affiliate, I wanted to do a, um, I wanted to do a celebration on it. Now, I was thinking about doing it this upcoming weekend, um, because people still kind of work, and I don't necessarily want, you know, to do like a, huge stream when everybody's like at work or something like that. I don't necessarily want to do that. So I'm thinking, okay, let's try to keep it to like the weekend, and then we'll do a extended. Um, we'll do like an extended stream of it. Like, I was thinking out loud. Maybe like a 12-hour stream. Okay. Um, then I can probably try to play like multiple different games. Um, or I can play like a brand new game maybe. Um, Bring out some games that I've enjoyed playing. You guys might enjoy watching me play around with them, like maybe Plants vs. Zombies or FTL, or I don't know, maybe I'll pull out Minecraft. Who knows? Um, but I mean, if I'm going to be doing like a 12-hour stream, then I'm probably going to want to like split it up a little bit. So, um, but I'm still kind of brainstorming as to what I want to do. However, next week, that's 4th of July on Saturday. And trying to do a celebration stream during 4th of July probably won't work out that well. I probably won't be having a whole lot of people joining me for said stream. Everybody else will probably be kind of enjoying their day in some fashion or another. Not to say that there might be a couple people that might be joining me anyway for the stream, saying that I'm going to be streaming anyway on that day anyway. Um, People might be kind of like going out and doing their own thing. They might be going on small little vacations or camping, whatnot. They most likely will be away from their computer. Maybe. At least here in the States. Um, all the other countries, then they'll probably think of July 4th. Okay, whatever. um, unless they're like American citizens themselves, but firecrackers and the like probably won't happen. Um, but um, So I'm looking at next weekend as probably out. Probably not going to do that. So right now at this particular juncture, we're looking at I plan on doing it the weekend after. So on the 11th of July, we're going to be. I plan on doing a celebration stream for affiliate. Now, obviously, that's a long time away. I get it. Um, 2 weeks away is quite a long time for people to kind of remember that. But I'll try to keep updates out there, on my Discord and my Twitter account for it. So, um, and I'll see what I can do about what I want to play, what I want to kind of do. Um, and if anyone has any kind of suggestions or whatnot, then um, they can go to my Twitter account or Discord account and kind of put in their opinions there. Um, Now, obviously, there are going to be some games that I don't own. So, obviously, if you're going to say something along the lines of, oh, hey, Jim, play like all the Assassin's Creeds or something like that, I'll be like, I don't own them. So, um, I mean, feel free to suggest games if you want. Just know that there might be some that I might have to say, sorry, I can't currently do that. So, set up to kind of do for the celebration. So, um, if anyone kind of wants to try to maybe help me out or join me for it, then let me know. Go to my Discord, my page, and my Twitter account, and you know talk with me about it there. DM me or just kind of chat in general for it. Either way, and we will kind of figure out where we're going to go for that. So, so hopefully everybody kind of looks forward to that eventual celebration. Uh, so okay. Let's get back into drawing out our creatures here. So, how am I going to? What am I going to do with our three creatures? How am I going to draw them out? Am I going to do something like, hey, we're going to do a ghost of some kind and, do this like the standard, um, like Pac-Man ghost kind of thing? Like, hey, we're gonna do a little bit of Pac-Man ghost on that and have them kind of flying around the map. Probably not. Probably not. I probably don't want to do something along those lines. Um, but what do I want to do? I don't really have an eye yet for what I want to see for the enemies right now. So, um, I know what in general what they are going to be looking like, but that doesn't necessarily translate to something uh, to the specific kind of character. Um, so I kind of need to be a little careful as to what I want to do there. Um, you know, maybe I want to do um, instead of that, maybe I want to do something similar to what is there, but then you kind of make the um, make some kind of tail, or you know, here let me kind of show you what I mean here. Um, so so similar to like, you know, like Casper, for example, maybe just have like a uh, body with it just kind of like a tail to him. You know, not so much, you know, with the legs or anything along those lines. Not so much, you know, the um, you know, maybe not so much the Pac-Man ghosts. Hmm. What do I want to do here? Hmm. You know, it's one of the things that I was like, you know, maybe I want to take the body from these guys and reduplicate it, but I don't want to. I got to be careful with that. I don't want the player to look at like the body shape for their hunter and their construction worker and think, oh wait, that's a ghost, or vice versa. You know, they look at a ghost and they think that they see the hunter, um, or the construction worker. So I gotta kind of be careful with that. Um, want them to kind of be able to stand out a little bit, but how? Hmm. I mean, obviously I can do the, you know, standard, like, you know, sheet over a invisible body kind of deal as well if I really wanted to do that. But again, that gets into the whole, you know, hey, Pac-Man, you know, um, I want to be able to work on this a little bit more, think about this a little bit more, find out what kind of differences do I want to kind of see. You know, now this is kind of an interesting drawing there. Looks as though they're you know, taking the Pac-Man and kind of creating new ghosts as though this is a cartoon series, I think. Maybe. So, um, hmm. Sorry, I'm kind of searching a little bit for some kind of inspiration a little bit. So say the fact that you can, you could go with the human bodies, change them into like a black and white kind of copy of them and make them a little bit transparent. You can kind of do that, but again, I want them to look at the ghost and absolutely 100% tell that, this is indeed a ghost and nothing else. So, like what kind of Ghostbusters did for Slimer, for example. You know, that was a unique design for Slimer. So, case in point. I want to try to do the exact same thing, but how? Hmm. I just thought of something funny. It's, suddenly I'm thinking, um, you know, create a ghost. Use the whole StarCraft ghost. It's like, no, sorry, let's not do that. Darren Sneeze didn't want to come. Hmm. All right. Um, but no, not something that I want to duplicate. So, um, hmm. Don't really know what I'm kind of looking for. See, that's one of the problems with, um, you know, at least for me as a programmer trying to do something artistic. um, Sometimes I don't necessarily have the right vision of what I want to see for the most part. Um, I know what I kind of want to experience gameplay wise, but I don't know exactly what I want to see from that gameplay. Yeah, if you understand what I'm what I mean by that. Um, you know, do it. Obviously, I don't necessarily want to make it super realistic because once again, trying to make it fairly um, make the game available for everybody. So I don't necessarily want to be like showing off dead bodies or anything along those lines. Um, but I don't necessarily want to be copying other designs either. So trying to look for something that I can maybe um, mentally think of being able to combine certain stereotypes kind of together to work with what I want to see. Not really getting it though. Hmm. Interesting little design there. Same kind of slight, you know, um, the body type and the like is similar to, Casper's ghost, but obviously they're changing the eyes and the mouth to make it look, more sinister. So, see, they're basically taking this, and replacing the, cute anime-ish eyes in the mouth and changing it into something like that. So, making it look a little bit more menacing overall. So, um, hmm, I'm kind of liking this overall design over here. Maybe not make it so much like a roundish kind of a character. Thanks there, Crazy. I appreciate it there, buddy. How you doing there so far? Hmm. Maybe, maybe kind of deform the like take the standard like ghost, for example, and then just kind of deform it, make it look um, not natural. But how do I make sure that I keep it fairly silly too? Hmm. Oof. Hmm. Kind of liking this a little bit. Hmm. Hanging in there, playing a board game with the fam out here, getting ready to go stream some Dark Souls 3. How are you, besides being an affiliate? I'm doing okay, man. So, uh, I'm currently kind of stuck as to what I want to see. And, I'm currently designing the game here, GGG. And right now I'm trying to figure out what I want to see for the goals, the ghosts and the goblins. Um, so I'm kind of stuck a little bit on that right at the moment, trying to visually see what I want to see with it. So, um, got um, got a upcoming interview um, next week on Tuesday after after Independence Day. So I got that to kind of prepare for and get ready for. Um, so crossing fingers that plays out so that I can actually get back to work and um, do something that I actually want to do, or code on a regular basis, I should say. Um, Obviously, if I do get that job, then obviously I'm gonna need to make some changes a little bit more, um, but we'll see what happens on that. Um, and then of course I got like canker sore on the inside of my mouth right at the moment, so I'm trying to be careful of how I say things right at the moment, so I don't kind of bite down on it. So, so yeah, that's me right at the moment. So you're gonna be playing Dark Souls with what's his name? Um, you've been playing with him for quite some time. Uh, um, True City or something like that. True City. I don't know. I'm never really that great with names, so um, yeah. If anyone's watching, go check out Crazy. You can obviously he's in the chat right there. So um, Sunrun, that's the name. Um, if, from what I understand, you guys are getting closer to the end with that. I don't really know. I haven't played um, Dark Souls at all, so I don't really know. So, but yeah, go check out his channel when you want to. He does a lot of he used to do quite a bit of Warframe, and he's currently playing Dark Souls 3. I saw him playing uh, what was that one game? Not not Monster Hunter World, but he has been playing that as well. Um, what was the what game were you playing the other day? Um, it was with the not streamer. Oh, um, Old Republic. the MMO. So yeah. So if you want to check out those games, go ahead and check out his channel. Okay, so let's see. It is super hot right in this room right at the moment. Oof. Okay. How do I want to make this ghost? Hmm. Eventually be back to Warframe, but I'm still on break. Yeah, no worries on that. Um, yeah, yeah. I've been kind of playing a little bit with some, like a new viewer kind of hopped on my channel just a little bit ago who also played Warframe, and he kind of got into, he kind of came back into the game after being away for quite some time, and um, I forget exactly which Warframe that he absolutely loved, but apparently they nerfed that Warframe to hell and back, according to him, and kind of pissed him off some. But I mean that changes for any kind of game that you play. Really, you're away from a game for so long that it's you kind of encounter quite a few problems when you come back. A lot of changes. Um, so okay. Um, See, I do kind of like the look of this, but at the same time, I gotta kind of be a little careful with it too, because I don't necessarily want my player, the little kids looking at this and getting kind of freaked out about it. So I need to kind of change this up a little bit, and hmm, let's see. Hmm. I don't know. I guess I'm probably going to be kind of messing with the overall design for the ghost a little bit, trying to figure out what I kind of want to do. Um, Looks hard to make a game? Well, it depends on the game. Um, when you're creating it for the very first time, or if you're creating, um, okay, um, what if you're trying to recreate a game, say like, hey, um, I want to rebuild Pac-Man, for example. That isn't that bad because all the art assets, all of the design, all the um, you're basically uh, you're not really worried too much about um, the um, you can kind of work with the art assets and like in order to get the um, to kind of work in your favor on something along those lines. Games like Solitaire, Minesweeper, so on and so forth. If you're recreating a game, that it's actually not that difficult to make it for the most part because there's going to be like tutorials and the like to kind of show you how to go about it if you don't already know. Um, when it comes to designing a game from scratch, though, um, it can be a little difficult um, because you're one of the problems that a lot of people have is that they want to kind of go straight into like making the game. Like, they start kind of coding up everything that they want to code up, but they don't have an idea as to what that game is kind of meant to do. So, for example, you know, the what some people don't really have is a an outline of what they want the game to kind of represent. What goes on in the game. What they kind of want to see. What their UIs, their sounds. You know, animations, that kind of stuff. If you don't create something to kind of start off with, if you don't kind of brainstorm what you want to see in the game before you start working on it, then you're going to have some difficulty because you're just going to kind of flail about and not sure where you want to take the game. Okay, you're going to start adding extra little details here and there. You're going to be saying, oh, I want to add this in, I want to add that in, I want this add this in, and suddenly the game blows up to a point where you aren't able to handle everything that's required for it. So you want to make sure that if you ever do build a game, especially from scratch, you get an outline of what you kind of want to see in the game. You kind of want to brainstorm um, what you want to see. Um, and it's okay if if you're trying to build a game and you want to maybe take ideas from other games that you've seen. Okay, everybody has kind of done that in some fashion or another. Okay, so um, there's always something that has kind of inspired others to like build the next game afterwards. Okay, And I'm not talking not about sequels. I'm talking about, okay, well, this game has kind of inspired someone to actually build that game, and that game has kind of inspired to build this game, so on and so forth. Okay, so um, obviously, you don't want to be like, hey, I just designed this brand new game where, this circle's going around eating pellets and being chased by these ghosts, and it's totally my design and no one else's and blah blah blah. It's like, no. um, but maybe you want to change it up a little bit. Maybe you want to add different maps. Maybe you want to, uh, you know, put this inside of a castle of some kind, or take like a Super Mario Brothers kind of castle map, and suddenly you have Pac-Man kind of running around much like Super Mario Brothers or something like that. Um, you can be inspired to create another game based off of what you've seen. Okay, it's okay to kind of go, okay, that was an interesting concept. I'm going to take that and move it over here. Okay, um, like like for example, um, in Warcraft 2, Blizzard was um, having fun with the different units and the like. In before they made Warcraft 3, they were trying to figure out some way of um having the player play heroes more than just single and individual units. Okay, but they couldn't really get it right. They couldn't really get the balancing right. So they eventually ended up with Warcraft 3, where they're still having the strategy, the RTS of Warcraft 2 with all the units and the like, but they added in the hero characters. And they still wanted to kind of pursue that whole hero um, uh, being controlled by the player, but they weren't quite sure how to go about doing it. And after they finished off Warcraft 3, they were like, okay, now we have an easier understanding of what we want to kind of go with. And during that time, that was when MMOs were kind of coming out a little bit more. You know, Blizzard wasn't the very first MMO that was out there. Warcraft was not the first MMO that was out there. But they were probably inspired by the MMOs that were out there, took the concept of the heroes that they wanted to do from Warcraft 3 and created the MMO that millions have loved. Okay, World of Warcraft. Okay, so it doesn't require you to. A lot of people think that they want to make the next best MMO, or they want to make the next best first person shooter and stuff like that. It's like, well, start small first. Figure out what you want to kind of do. Build something easy first, so it doesn't get away from you. So, um, see, I kind of know what I want to see for the most part, or the kind of game that I want to create. Um, my problem right now is the fact that I'm having a difficult time trying to visually see the characters right at this point in time. Try to visually see, um, the. I don't have the kind of artistic eye for drawing out, the humans, the ghouls, the ghosts, the goblins. Make it kind of stand out, make it kind of unique, make it kind of cartoony. So that's where I'm kind of struggling with right at this moment in time. I can continue coding this till the end, obviously. Um, and I'll have some difficulties along the way. Trying to set down flags, artificial intelligence, and so on and so forth. Um, but the being able to kind of picture what you kind of want to see can be kind of difficult for some people. Me in particular, obviously. Seeing that I'm still kind of struggling with what I kind of want to see for the ghost. Um, but um, eventually I'll come up with something. You know, um, the the human design here. It took a while for me to kind of build off of build off of them. Okay, and it didn't really take too much. It was, I started with the eyes. You know, I wanted something to, um, I wanted to have some silly kind of looking eyes that rotated based off of their idle animation. When they're just kind of standing around doing nothing. I want their eyes to I wanted to, the human eyes to kind of rotate as, um, as they kind of stood around not really doing anything. Okay, and then I was like going, okay, well, let's look at eyebrows. What can I do for the eyebrows? Then it was just a matter of, you know, designing the face and so on and so forth. So it takes it takes a little bit to figure out what you kind of want to see for for these characters sometimes. Um, I mean, um, sometimes you just want to, um, sometimes all you really need to do is work on like the initial design. Okay, just start off with a basic design, and you just kind of start building and modifying and changing it to look like what you want it to look like in the end. Okay, it's the same kind of thing with any kind of project that you might do, that you might work on, that you might handle. You always want to kind of start from the first kind of building blocks, the foundation. You want to make sure that you get that kind of set the way you want it to before you build a house. Uh, without that foundation, your house is just gonna come crashing down on you. Okay, so same kind of concept, same kind of thought pattern. You know, build build the game from the ground up. That you kind of want to see, and eventually you'll get to that point. But obviously, um, you know, it you're as you progress through, you know, you're always you're going to be facing your own hardships along the way. Okay, if you have a team, it makes things a little bit easier because you can then kind of brainstorm um, either ways around that problem or figure out how to solve said problem, whatnot. But um, you know, is it hard? Yeah, it can be hard, um, especially depending on what kind of game that you want to build. Um, if you're building something that it's already been done before, then you're probably not going to have too much of a problem with it. Like solitaire. You can look up online. You know, yeah. Let me kind of show you. Or building. Oh, I'm misspelling it. Solitate. Yeah, there we go. Um, so I mean, you can, there's tutorials that you can kind of make to to kind of build build solitaire if you really wanted to. So I mean, um, depending on what you want to do, it can be fairly simple to a little complex, a little to oh my god, what are you doing? Kind of. um, Now, for anyone that is wondering, World of Warcraft was not done by a single person. So never think that you are going to build World of Warcraft by yourself. Or at least the next best, the next World of Warcraft. No. No. Um, just the fact that um, just look at this here. You just have three people here for just the initial designers, and even then, there's could be that there's thousands of people that work on this particular game alone. So, um, so yeah, it all depends on the complexity of the game. So, but that is where I'm gonna need to leave off for now. I'll have to wait on um, the creation of the enemies next week. So, but the humans are done, so we can kind of work on their animations later. But for now, we're gonna put this off to the side for now, and we're going to go ahead and start on building the enemies. Um, I'll need to figure out what I kind of want to see from them. Maybe I'll try to put in a little bit of time to figure out how they're going to look. We'll see. Otherwise, I'll probably just come back next week and continue trying to figure out what I want to see for these particular enemies. Um, so yeah, that's gonna be it for today there, folks. So all these videos that I do, all these streams that I do are eventually uploaded to my YouTube channel, so feel free to check that out if you'd like. There's a link down below on my Twitch channel for that. I also have links to my Discord, my Patreon, and my Twitter account down below on my Twitch channel, as well as in the description of my YouTube videos. So if you're interested in any of those, feel free to check those out. I have a schedule of all the games as well as this coding stream down below on my Twitch channel, showing you what games I'm playing during the week, um, such as the fact that I'm playing Warframe Monday and Tuesday, and I'm playing World of Warships on Wednesday. So if either of those games interest you, then feel free to stop on by and check me out during those times. And of course, as always, um, I always stream from 2 to 6 p.m. PST. So feel free to stop on by during that time. Say hi in the chat, and um, I'll obviously say hi back. um, but I'll well, if you do want to say hi, that's great. I appreciate when people do. It allows me to kind of interact with you concerning the game or the coding session. If not, that's perfectly fine too. Okay, I don't mind when folks are lurking in the background too. That's perfectly fine. You don't have to worry about. I've heard of streamers like on, if you're a lurker, get the hell out. No, bad take, bad take. You're more than welcome to watch if you're enjoying it. I welcome you to keep on watching if you want. Okay, you're not gonna get any kind of pressure from me to say, "My God, you have to talk." No, you don't have to. Okay, so um, so so that's gonna be it for tonight. Let's see. We have Yeah, I've already kind of talked about the games for tomorrow, Wednesday. Time schedule. Um, I'm going to continue working on trying to get everything kind of set up for affiliate. Um, so lots of work on my plate right at the moment. um, but we'll see about trying to take care of that. At least for tomorrow, if not the next day. We'll see what we can do. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully I'll catch you next time. But until then, have a good night there, strangers. Stay healthy, stay safe, and I'll see you next time.